Hi. Boy, I tell you, I go 1 week without any streams from me, and I immediately feel like an amateur again. It's surprising how much just the momentum of habit sort of pulls you into feeling experience. The moment you break that, you suddenly forget everything. What am I doing? Where am I at? How do I do this? Hello, though. Welcome back. We are currently enjoying a lovely dip in the Explodium Sea. Technically, legally not the Explodium Sea. I think this is like officially the shallows, the shores. Let me check. We got science right here capable of telling us. Where are we? Oh, wait, I can't. I time warped so that the bobbing of the probe in the ocean wouldn't mess up my intro. The shallows. Okay, good to know. It has been a while. Externally. Internally, no time has passed. Legally, from the game. Though I did time warp to 2 times to do that intro. So technically, it's been roughly 8 minutes. When we last left off, we landed in the ocean, made a lovely little propeller craft, and used it to get a lot of science from Eve. We are going to continue effectively in the normal path we did. We have successfully gotten astronomic data from Duna, Ike, Eve, and Gilly in that order. And I wish to continue the catalog of us knowing the celestial bodies by trying to go to Moho. This one is going to be difficult because it is so close to the sun. Now you might be thinking, why is that tough? It means it's going to cost a lot of fuel to get there. It's very possible that any ship we make for this purpose will not actually succeed at reaching it. Do not give me the horrid, danger music immediately. There we go, that's much better. Okay. So, we need to make a new craft. We don't need to deal with any amount of, atmospheric shielding or any issue of that nature. Which means we can go back to... Actually, I don't know. A lot of our recent ships have been designed around atmospheric re-entry. The ad campaign's entire upper section is designed for it. What do we value on this mission? We do want some science, but we don't need the heat shielding. All this can... Oh, right, that's the root part. Do that. Let's drop this, drop this. I know we got slightly better probe. Let's just swap those around. Put the RCS thrusters on this portion and call that a pretty good upgrade. Now we can set that at the root part and start doing some regular construction. So what do we want from this? Really, I just want to put a tiny, small, chemically powered engine stage above here. We know the rest can carry it. Just want to make sure that we're doing it. Oh, another thing is that we've unlocked RTG technology. So we could theoretically, as long as we're not doing anything electrically intensive, which we're not, just use that instead. Keep those around. Keep some batteries around. Though we might just be swapping to pure RTG technology for our power needs for the time being. Here's the question, how much power do they give exactly? 0.8 per second. That is 2 of these. Two or 2.5. What do you mean how much, what is the cost of hit video game Kerbal Space Program? Let me check. I'm sure that hit video game distributor provider Steam will tell me this. At the current moment, it is $40. As I understand it, there's also $30 worth of DLC extensions, both of which I have. Both of which I got for free for owning the game for a really long time. Now, I don't remember. It's probable that it goes on sale sometimes, but I don't know when that is. It's also a little uncertain if it will ever... Okay, like, the legal status of the game is a little bit in question. Nobody really owns it that much right now. Moving on to this, though. Let us go for... Okay, extract one of each science, and then... ditch that. We want... There's a part of me that wants to make this an ion stage, but I want to make sure that we have enough thrust to land on the planet. Moho is... It's not imperceptibly small. It's got mass, it's got gravity. So I think I'm just going to go for the classic tier 1 radius, but with like the spark engine. Let's see here. Just ISP is 320 versus, what's the Terrier looking like? 345. Might be worth it. There we are. Will you be able to launch a rocket? I mean, I very much think you will be able to launch a rocket. It does not take much to launch a rocket. The question is whether the rocket will explode in the way you are planning for it to. And for that, I really could not say. Okay, so ultimately I want this ship to be able to land. So we're going to make probably the most normal-looking moon lander ever. Except it's not going to land on the moon, it's going to land on Moho. As I remember all of my dang tabs. There we go. That looks nice. It won't explode at launch unless you've done so... Okay, here's the thing. The rocket will not explode at launch unless it's a giant monstrosity that collapses under its own weight. Most likely, it will explode upon hitting the ground. After launch. You know, give yourself some credit. Okay, so this is a decent beginning. We got that coupler there. We could add some structures to the side. Maybe we add some non-propellant just to give us some decent control. In that case, I'm going to go for the double quad diagonal. This is probably overkill in terms of control authority, but I'll keep it anyway. Then the larger vessel really could use some control. So I'm gonna like bootleg strap on a bunch of reaction wheels. Just slap them on. Give me an adapter so it looks good. Too small. Where's the other one? The other one's upside down. There we go. Perfect. Are you requesting that I give an official stand on the piracy of games in a public business action right now? I don't know if internet television would be pleased with me giving a formal statement of this right now. I need to consult with my lawyers. Okay, I think this is a decent modification to the ship, providing it with some... Okay, no, keep the thermal plates on there, but swap out these solar panels with just more battery. There we go. That should keep us situated for all regimes. I will say that the moral acceptability of pirating a game is... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna keep my mouth shut for safety reasons. I think I can move where the fairing is. Like, I can go up here. Put the fairing here. And that'll probably save some mass without completely ruining our aerodynamic. Wait, no, what am I doing? We're ruining our mass by putting it in an later stage. Get that back down there. Control Z has failed me. I fixed it. Okay. Maybe I should make the lower stage flatter. Yeah, I agree with that for the most part. I don't think it's necessarily required that you pay for the game before you play the game. So, like, don't pirate just to avoid paying. Pirate if the game is inaccessible to you. Is sort of my mindset. Games want to be not necessarily free of cost, but available. The game should be available through whatever means necessary. Okay, so this is going to be the... This is KSP 1. KSP 2 kind of broke. Development kind of exploded. I would avoid it. Okay, so FE26, what do we name? Is this actually the FE26? Let me check my numbers. Yeah, 25 was Turbine, and Turbine was the most recent. So the 26th... Well, this is a typical lander type thing. The only difference is that it makes no concessions for the atmosphere, because there won't be an atmosphere. I know what I'm going to call it. We're going to call it the Dragster. Ironically, because it doesn't experience atmospheric drag at all. Okay, so staging. Outer stage, core there's good. Then we have the Kardashev coupler. We have the fairing, and oh, that's wrong. We want the fairing combined with this stage. And then we want the singular engine up here. Okay, that's good. I had no plans to play Hightail Didn't really see the point in doing that. Okay, we mohoing. I guess I could also go to Dress. Maybe we could use the same ship for both. I don't know which one would be harder. Moho is harder because it's closer. Dress is harder because it's further away. I expect Dress to be hyper elliptical. Not sure what I expect. I expect Moho to be hyper inclined, and for that to be a massive fuel pain. Okay, a launch to Moho in 3, 2, 1. Oh, right. Gotta remember operating procedure on this rocket. At least it does go up, even when I forget to launch the middle engines. Let's roll over. As part of our original survey using the polar bungle, we have an estimate as to where Moho should be. I'm hoping it's good enough, but as always, we'll refine it when we get there. Bartashev! Away. Looks like we're getting high enough that we're reversing the sunset. That's neat. I really like the fancier color engine exhaust that the Vector engines have. It's a consequence of them being based off of the Space Shuttle main engines, which use hydrogen as their fuel, which is rare in rockets. Usually it's kerosene. So that's where you get like the big, gloomy, billowy, kind of orangey fire. Hydrogen burns much closer to blue. Stop. Making the gamble that we are going into the atmosphere. I can't really see. But we've got some vertical velocity. We should be able to drift up above 70,000. Then we can get back to our standard shenanigans of being a space program. $70,000. Bearings have jettisoned. We now await apoapsis. Almost missed it due to time warp. Okay. Focus forward. This is not really the time for the spooky music, but I will let it slide. Okay. It's been a while since we did this. Let's see if we remember our actions here. Though I've narrowed it down to a very simple science. 74694. We want to equal out at 7,500. 75,000. Target velocity is 2287.0. 2287.0. Good. Okay, now we warp around to the sun side and prepare our launch towards Moho. Moho is positionally below us, so we do want to be going on the sun side. Okay, while the ship figures out how to point forward, let's calculate based on what little data we have. So we are currently at an altitude of 73113. Let's assume that's basically what we're going to be doing. 3113. Kerbin escape velocity is this. We paste that in. Target excess velocity is going from Kerbin to Moho. That is concerning. But we paste it in anyway, and our target velocity is 3989.3. That's quite a bit. And it's going to be pretty deep of an orbit, so I'm going to wait a little more. Normally we would do this now for Eve, but if Moho's even further, our orbit's going to become wider, and we have to compensate by going closer to the sun first, if that makes sense. It's hard to give these like relative positional callouts. I mean, it'll be fine anyway. There'll just be like some awkward eccentricity applied to it. And it's gonna be like an awkward choice anyway. I don't know where to call this. I'm just gonna awkwardly time warp forward a little bit and just call here good. And floor it. And we're off. Electricity is still doing good. I maybe should have added more batteries simply to give storage to the problem of like science transmission. Why do we have more liquid fuel than... Oh, right, of course, the upper stage. Let's forget our target here is 3989. Close enough. Okay, we're on a trip to Moho now. Let's see how it goes. Actually, what is the Moho stats? According to the data we have put in now from the Polar Bungle survey, which I shall show here, Moho has an estimated semi-major apsis, I forget which one's correct, of 5.2 billion. Subtracting the radius of the sun, we would expect our altitude to be basically 5 billion exactly. Interesting. I guess that's where we'll start our attempts. Meanwhile, the rocket is successfully in sun area. So let's just go down and try it at 5 billion. Maybe we'll see Moho crossing V. Up there's Moho crossing V. That eccentricity is going to kill any attempt at this going well. I'm really worried about it. It also feels like we're still too above it. Okay, we're close enough to the periapsis. We need to reduce our speed severely. So, at an altitude of 5725, that's sun. Been a while since we messed with this. We want to go down to 5 billion. Velocity needed is 13535.2. And we're currently at 16550. This is going to be painful. I'm actually worried that the upper stage doesn't have enough fuel. We'll try though. In 3, 2, 1. Stage. Okay, we do have enough Delta V. Apparently the estimate recalculated upon staging. I know it does that, I don't really know why. That said, we're gonna be here for a while. To get down to 13,535, that's gonna be like half our Delta V. Probably more than half our fuel. Fortunately, the ship itself is very structurally simple. So there's not much danger in physics warping. As opposed to the Solar Bungle, which was a giant telescope. That thing would have flipped the heck out and we would have been spiraling. I should have put the magnetometer boom on this. That's a piece of science we're gonna miss out on. Okay. 13535.2. We're trying to lower the ship so that this is more accurately the periapsis. Good enough. Under 1400, less than 500 to go. Remove the time warp. Let's precise this. 13535.2. There. From here, we can loop around. And then soon I'll start looking at Moho and see if its position changes in space. Though, I'm starting to get a little worried. It seems to be very strictly below us. That, or it's on the other side of the sun. We'll investigate this properly in a second. Okay, technically we are at 5.001 billion. I think that's close enough, but let's get our numbers down. $14924.5. Not that big of a change. though our budget is running low. $149, 24.5. There we are. Okay, now that we're in a circular orbit, we can go to free cam mode, line up Moho's position, and see what it does in one orbital rotation. Whether it goes up or down overall. I know it's moving wildly. We can't really use that to prove anything. It just means it's eccentric. It's all about what it does in one orbit. Ooh, this could be close. Wow. Okay, that is actually nearly perfect. I'm gonna run it from multiple orbits. I'm gonna run 2 orbits and see what happens, but this is very, very close already. I can't believe the Polar Bungle survey was that accurate. Though maybe this is another case of convenient in-game numbers. This might be perfect. Okay, so from here we need to... let's go back to AutoCam. We just need to raise our orbit slightly and then let it come to us. This effectively means undoing the orbital corrections we've done already, but kind of inevitable. So let's give us maybe, let's say 100 perhaps. Yeah, but I'm gonna just right here. Copy all this, put it up here. Void these. And just say that, like, hey, it's basically 5 billion exactly. Like, it's really close. Let's go to 5,100,000,000. 14994.6. That is not much of a change. I'm happy with doing that. Okay, let's try this again. See how extreme of a change this will cause. As soon as I find Moho again. Okay, it's kind of down there. Okay, we go. To an orbit, see how its relative angle changes. Okay, we are definitely going slower around the sun than previously. It's much, much higher. Which is good. It means we're getting closer to it. And the orbital period of these is very short, so it will not take any real time at all for us to just let a few orbits pass. That's the advantage of Moho. Now, I'm curious what Moho will start to do once we get close. At least from this distance, it's looking like it's a pretty eccentric orbit. But the implications of that are not yet certain to me. It's getting to the point where its eccentricity is perhaps getting higher than we are. Which suggests we may be close to entering the circle, any one of these orbits. Feels a little low. That's not low. Oh, that's close. That is close. We're about to enter the Moho circle, I think. Like one or two more orbits, I think. Now, it's not going to be as easy as Eve, because Eve had a lot of mass. So it could pick up us at range. Oh. It's staying above. We are totally in the circle. Okay. I'm going to reduce speed. Go back to 5 billion flat. $14924. This is exciting. Okay, Moho, where are you at? I lost you. Oh, there you are. So are we in the circle? No. Okay. we'll split the difference then. We'll go up to 50. $4959.8. Wait till we're actually at the apsis here. In terms of fuel efficiency, it's better to burn the monopropellant first for the nuclear engines, just to get that dead weight off the ship. But I don't want to burn so much that we can't do maneuvers later. There's Moho. There's Moho. Okay, from here. I think I'm winning. It's a slow march to victory. I've lost my... There's Moho. Oh, sorry, I missed your earlier message. A game to play without rockets. That's gonna be difficult because I would also include like missiles and stuff as a game with rockets. Like a missile's a type of Actually, I don't know. Is a missile a type of rocket or is a rocket a type of missile? Is there some fundamental difference that excludes each other? What's the proper terminology for stuff like that? Okay. This is horizontal. This is good to know. I'm gonna leave it like this, and we're just gonna wait till Moho sort of sneaks up on us. Even lower this so I can see Moho from more angles. There it is. Hopping into view slightly. Okay, go play Armored Core 6. I don't know. Oh, I know. I'll start measuring it by the highest point it gets in this loop. So that'll be proof it's getting closer. Yep, it's getting closer. Not very fast, but I'm patient. And we got time warp, so I can be patient faster. Unlike most of the other missions to the other planets, our most precious resource here is fuel. We could waste fuel all over the place, those missions. Not so much here. I don't even know how much fuel it's going to take to land. We might not have enough. Seems like the amount it's approaching towards us decreasing. I assume that's because it's getting closer to this part of the circle it's on. The relative angle change is becoming less extreme. I could probably afford to boost the orbit a little bit. But I won't. Hey, Lark. I understand that you just said space. Currently trying to get to Moho. There it is. Ascending from below. And every orbit, it gets closer and closer to where we are. I'm spending time to save fuel here. I did get money. I got approximately... I think it's like approximately $2.50. I don't remember the conversion rate that Twitch does. And it's like not even consistent. Different people giving different subscribes gives different amounts to int. It's very confusing. Okay. All right, so very soon we're going to get to a point where roughly tangent to our orbit, Moho goes higher than us, which is like the start of the threat of the circle, the epicycle. I'm okay with that. Kind of necessary. There we go. It's level with us now. We know that the proper semi-major axis would be effectively level with us. Our orbit's only ever slightly higher. So it's going to be somewhere between the peak and the bottom, the trough, of the oval that Moho is making. And we can almost see the bottom of the oval now. Ooh. Oval's getting wider. Up it goes. Down it goes. There's the sun. Okay. I have been told to multi-stream. There are a few things causing me to pause. One is Excels. Excels is directly powered and controlled by Twitch channel redemptions, and I don't think there's an equivalent system on the YouTube side of things. The other is that I'm just worried that if I cause any additional load to all the processes I'm running, Excel's, the game, the stream, if I gotta stream to another place, I'm worried it'll just functionally explode. Also, I would have to reprogram the Excel's chat, which I have to do anyway, to accommodate both chats in one block. So it's just sort of effort that requires prep time and also adapting. Yeah, I've heard that I just sort of stream to something that will then restream it out sideways to both locations, and that's fine. But it's mostly just like the loss of interaction like structure for Excels and stuff. A lot of int is really telling me to do so. Like, Lark's telling me to do so. Acella's like, hey, it's a good idea. I multi-streamed. You should too. And honestly, it seems that, like, culturally, streaming on YouTube is probably more accurate to what I'm like than streaming on Twitch, but I don't know. It's a change, and I need to prepare for the change. We're close. We're close. I'm looking like directly north, and Moho's almost crossing us. So the only difference is like inclination at that point, and eccentricity, of course. But like if we match the inclination, then we win. Okay, I'm calling it. We're circularizing the orbit. We need to go... Oh, we need to go down to 50-0. Get the RCS off. Okay. So we are at 5000, sorry, 5002. We want to go down to 50 nothing. 14922.4. Oh, overshot that severely. Might not be a bad thing to overshoot it severely, but I'm just burning this to burn it. I put too much monopropellant on this ship. I realize this now. And not enough thrusters. Okay. We are ready. Here's the question. What will Moho do? There it is. Okay, here is our situation. We are like almost perfectly aligned with it. The orbital plane. The only difference is inclination and eccentricity. But this is the point where, at least ignoring the plane, we almost overlap. If I were to shoot radial out at this point to the exact correct amount, we could catch it as it falls back down. But I think I would rather try and match its inclination instead. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until it crosses the galaxy line in the middle, and then just try and follow it. Other way, ship. Okay, it took like 30 to 60 seconds of burn, I forget what, for Eve. I'm gonna launch this for a solid minute. In 3... Actually, go. I just saw the timer hit 0 on the mission elapsed time. We'll use that for reference. So because of our orbit and Moho's orbit being slightly misaligned, from our perspective, Moho is kind of like pendulum swinging left and right. We want to match our pendulum swinging to Moho's by launching ourselves sideways along with its pendulum swing, so that it will move in a perfectly vertical-ish looking line right here. Doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be a smaller swing. Like I said, this step in the process is purely eyeballing it. Now we time warp, see how bad it is. It's still pretty bad. And I was afraid of this. It's so much easier to change your inclination at higher altitudes than lower ones. And unfortunately, Moho is the lowest altitude thing in the entire system. What programming languages do I know? Well, I am most comfortable in C++, though I do know just like passable amount of knowledge for Java and C#, and I have recently learned Python for the purposes of coding the Armored Core Rubicon Fight Club lobby bot. So I would say those four are the ones that I know the best. Oh, okay. The sway of Moho is reduced by a lot. I think that's a good sign. I think, having only learned at least recently, it's not... I maybe not have the best insight on how good it is as a first language, considering it's my most recent. But I do like that it is very quick and easy to kind of pick up and do things. But it actually has so many conveniences and like special tricks to it that I worry that those kind of act as shortcuts to learning the fundamental concepts. Like if you're doing multi-dimensional arrays with negative indices and stuff, it's like, what does that mean in any other language? In other languages, that's illegal. In Python, it means you're like starting from the end and going backwards, which is extremely convenient, but not intuitive for stuff. I think it's good for the act of learning, but I think its conveniences don't track. Like, it's easier to learn the fundamentals of programming, but harder to learn the Python-specific tricks. Unless you already know programming and just see it as like a great convenience to yourself. I've lost Moho. Where is it? Tune-up. Solar Bungle. Moho, where are you at? Moho? Oh, okay, it's over there. We found it. Wait, what is it? I can't see the dot. That means we're close. Right? It means we're close. Okay, I'm gonna do another burst of realignment. I'm only gonna go for 20 seconds just because I'm running out of dang fuel. But we're close. We are close. It's looking a little better. Yeah, it's the pendulum sway that's killing us. I'm gonna go for another minute. Okay, to answer, could I theoretically reach light speed by using my engines non-stop? In Kerbal Space Program, yes. In real physics, no. Kerbal Space Program does not correctly simulate relativity, special or otherwise. In real physics? Oh, hold on, I need to burn for a few more seconds. Okay, the pendulum swing has gotten very, very shallow. Still there, but not as much. And we are so close. I am interested in answering this question, but I do need you to clarify if you mean in the game or in regular physics. Let's go 30 seconds. Okay, so there are a few ways to describe the resistance that there is. But the easiest way to put it is that from an outside perspective, the faster you're going, time slows down. So even if you're speeding up for yourself, time is slowing down so that you don't go faster than light does. The other way to think about it, for if you're in the rocket, is that the faster you go, the heavier the ship is because of like momentum. Weirdly, momentum gives you more mass. So if you're going fast, you're gaining momentum, and so the ship becomes heavier. Oh my goodness, I think I overdid it. Huh. It's not in the game because the math is absurd. And also because for any normal amount of space travel, it doesn't matter. Oh man, I can see it. I can see Moho right there. Okay, I think I overcorrected with the pendulum swing. So when I get the next opportunity, I'm going to kind of balance it a little bit. Here. Let's go for 20 seconds. Oh, I'm not seeing the time progress because our... Oh, we ran out of fuel. Okay. Okay, our acceleration is going to be different now, so I can't reliably trust this. What's Moho doing? Okay, pendulum swinging in. Let's burn for... Let's go 10 seconds. More. Yeah, we're gonna run out of fuel. We're running out of air to blow. Okay. Our only good chance of collision is to just keep fixing the pendulum. Like, it's our only shot. Okay, 15 seconds. Okay, I am now floundering. I have a new plan. Let's make ourselves eccentric. Let's try and chase Moho. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're basically doing ghillie strats. This will not work. I am running out of optimism. We have no fuel. For one. This is like my only shot. I don't think I have enough fuel for my only shot. I'm calling it. We've lost. Darn. Okay. Okay, there's at least one thing that we've gotten, and that's that the semi-major axis of Moho is pretty much 5 billion altitude. So if I cheat here and go here and type 5 billion... Wait, that won't work here. Yeah, we just take a 5 billion and then add the radius of the sun onto that. There we go. And I'm going to upgrade that to a lovely orange. Okay, I know this is a bit of a change in our objective right now, but I think the ship itself is fine. Wait, no, thought of something. I just went to the launch pad, but no, get back. I'm going to put the magnetometer boom on this thing. I'm also going to give it less RCS. It's clearly not using it. Hey, Thega. Okay, no, get rid of this thing. I'm gonna add more. I'm gonna add magnetometer boom. I'm gonna remove RCS, and I'm gonna add in more batteries. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna add more RCS thrusters as well. That might be more accurately what the problem is. Okay, hello up here. Pick those up. Put them all across this side. Good here. Get ourselves the magnetometer booms for some extra science. Get ourselves some more batteries for the extra science storage. And then remove, like, one of those tanks. I think that's a good balance. Okay, next generation dragster ready to go. Shouldn't have changed any of the staging. I didn't remove any of the main parts. We go again. This vessel might not be good enough to safely get to Moho, so we're gonna go to Dress instead. There's a stream today because I was willing and able. That's really all there is to it. Alright, rocket launch in 3, 2, 1. We are away. That said, this is probably going to be my last, second to last, third to last, or fourth to last stream, depending on how you count the streams. Of the year. I should have made sure I said of the year. As far as current understanding of schedule, Wednesday there's going to be the Acela stream. Friday is going to be another Acela stream. Saturday is going to be the RFC. And I don't know if I can stream next Monday. Though I am willing to try. After that, though, the odds of me streaming crater. So yeah, like I said, depending on how you count. Whether you count Acela streams I'm in, whether you count the RFC, which is more of a hostless operation. This may be the last stream of, well, Kerbal Space Program for the year. Oh, now that looks pretty in the sunset light. Honestly, without all the solar panels and stuff, I could probably ditch the fairing early. Save on fuel. Said I think I'm a little bit low this launch. Let's just go appropriate now. stop at, let's say 2,000. Get up into orbit. Jettison. You're allowed to go to sleep. Okay. Standard orbital insertion. What are we at? 71777. That's actually really low. Go up to 7,500 then. 2294.5. Actually, no. Go up to 7,200. Sorry, 72,000. 2291.9. Really? Very subtle difference, huh? 2291.9 it is. I overshot it. Ah, whatever. It's a close enough orbit. Wait. Wait! I think I stopped at 2-1 and not 2-2. No, we're going back down! Get back up there! Wow, I botched this insertion burn. At least we got the feel for it. Okay, randomly at 102.9 now. (2215.1). What if we want to just circularize that really quick? 2238.1. Fine. Those RCS thrusters going. Rotate us over. To confirm, 2238.1. Good enough. Okay. Now we can start worrying about getting to Dress. Now, Dress is in a higher orbit than us, so we are going to have to do this on the sunless side of Kerbin. Curious how that'll go. Very curious how that'll go. Let's stop it there and just start the burn at whenever the sun lowers. But until then, let's do the math. So current altitude is, according to this, basically 99,000. I'll put that in, tentatively. Put that in here, paste that in. Now we want to go from Kerbin to Dres. Paste that in here. Target velocity is 3792.5. Waiting for the ship to reach prograde, as it is doing right now. Sometimes, and especially for Kerbal Space Program streams, I will start 1 hour early. Which I do because these streams tend to go long. And I want more time for database spreadsheet manipulation. And just the long flights. So if you like historically go back, not that you can all that well, many of the Kerbal Space Program streams started an hour before the usual start time. But I have on occasion started an hour early, and very seldom late. Okay, to confirm, we are at 99150. I'm just going to silently up those numbers here. If you're wondering, it lowered our escape velocity by about 0.3 meters per second. Target velocity is now 3792.2. 3792.2 launch. Escape velocity, now all is excess. 3792.2. There we are. To dress! Ideally. Bye, Kerbin. Up we go. Okay, let's get our data set. What's the dress altitude from the survey? About 41 billion. In terms of altitude, that would equate to something along the order of 40.75 billion. In terms of altitude. And normally I would kick the scary music out of here, but I think it's appropriate. We are going into the deepest dark here. Alright, we're gonna have our work cut out for us finding Dress in this void of space. Much like Moho, it's very eccentric, but if there's... What in the world's right there? There's one advantage we have, it's that we are far away from the sun. Which means that adjustments can be made with less fuel. It also means that the distance from the sun is scaling up the sphere of influence of Duna, meaning we don't have to get as close to enter its field of influence. Bad news is that Dress is not very big, so its mass is low, so its sphere of influence gets scaled down as a result. So those probably balance out. We are approaching cruising altitude. Okay. Current altitude is 39 billion. We expected Dress to be closer to 40. Congratulations, Sega! I'm glad you were able to do that, and I hope that you will provide me helpful advice once I start to do so, the moment they make Steam OS for it. Which, as I understand, will be in, like, January. Okay. I suspect we have fuel to burn. So I'm going to circularize, and we are going to start doing our measurements. Okay. So at 39.076 billion, we want 40. $5490.6. I'll take it. Actually, that's a large velocity. We only have 3,900. Oh well. Stage. We are away. Now, Dres is just going to be flat difficult to see. By 490.6. Too far. This is fine. Okay, we're there. We go. One downside is this is just going to flat out take a long time. The large distances involved means we gotta take a long time to orbit. Yep. This is gonna be a while. Given the pure distances involved, this is probably going to be more tedious than the Duna encounter. And probably harder too. It's already been 3 years and we haven't even done one orbit. Just goes to show the time scales involved here. Positionally, we're almost there. Okay, this appears to be where we're at. So, 39998. So from here, I'm going to act, assuming this is just the orbital position of Dress for a second, and we're going to do the phase alignment strat. Let's get that orientation locked. Use the... That's a good trick, using the crossbar in the SAS to align ourselves. Okay, we know Duna's... Sorry, we know Dress is behind us, so let's turn the ship to retrograde. Roll ourselves vertical. For better intuition. Tilt down. And stop. Let's stop. Stop. Okay. That's pretty good. That's about 44 degrees. You haven't really missed much. There's not a lot to do out here. 44-ish degrees. I like that. So our radius is currently 3,999 million. Pitch down is 44 degrees, just about. If we wanted to do this in one orbit, we would target a periapsis of 26 billion. I would rather do this in, let's say 3. 30. Oh, no, we want to go apoapsis because it's in front of us. Yeah, okay. So this is going to take forever. I acknowledge this. Let's do 2 orbits then. 4638 is our target then. Is that here? We want to... Oh. I think I'm off by an order of magnitude here. Yeah, no, it's not 3.9. It's 399. Eight, technically. 8. Take that number. Put it in here. 5591. That is much more reasonable. Okay, we'll do that. And then in 2 orbits, we should be really close to Dres. So, speed us up. 5591. And... go. Okay, now we wait 2 orbits. I'm going to put us in free cam, and I'm going to look at Dres while we do this, wherever the heck it is. There the heck it is. Okay, so we'll look at it. We'll do 2 orbits, and we'll see how it works. This is going to take a while. Wait, what? Why are both reverse polarities available to redeem? That should not be possible. Oh, wait, it might actually be possible. Oops. I can't really fix it right now because I'm in the middle of measuring the progress Dres is making in its orbit. So I'll fix it later. Either one should still work. Thank you for fixing it. Well, now we got some time to burn. How are things going? I'm having a relatively good time. I'm glad I did this to help me remember how to stream psychologically. I'm a little sad about the Moho failure, but it takes a lot of fuel to get close to the sun, and Moho is very close to the sun. Another thing we could have done, I suppose, is try and move our encounter point. Like the place we were doing Apoapsis and Periapsis shenanigans to where it crosses the inclination plane. But that's okay. Man. We are 3/16 of the way there. I really need a way to stall for time. But it can't be something that requires me to change stuff because I'm measuring the progress of all the celestial objects. Oh boy. So, how's it going? How are you doing? Now is a really good time for chat to exist. Yep, that's an existing chat, all right. Yeah, go ahead. All right, that's half of an orbit. We got half an orbit. Good. I assume there's less, like, other processes in Linux. Microsoft has a lot of support programs, air quotes. Yeah, Linux is real streamlined. It does exactly the things you tell it to do, and that's not many. I'm looking forward to the handover. I do it now while I'm in this period of I'm not streaming, but I'm waiting on Steam to release the OS for the machine. I know I could use the OS for the Steam Deck, but like it's been several years, I have to imagine the Steam machine's OS is going to be leagues better. That pro and con list is very emblematic of programming in general, and I'm used to programming in general. I would definitely say don't get it until the new version comes out in January. Because the current one is designed for a handheld. And is old. Oh, there's gonna be some I guess I'm hesitant to leave the convenience of Windows just having everything to packed in, convenient right out the box, useful. Whereas Linux, you have to sort of like block by block assemble exactly what you need and are using. And the old SteamOS is going to have all the conveniences of the SteamOS from when they made it, but Valve's been adding a lot of support behind the scenes for things. Better translation layers for all of your hit games made for non-ARM processors. etc., etc. So I think I just want like the most reliable prepackaged collection, and I trust Valve to do that because they make good stuff, because they want to use the stuff they make. I don't know the date exactly. It's just, I assume, they haven't even said, but I assume it'll be whenever they start shipping the Steam machine. Somebody will just take a copy of the OS and be like, hey, here it is. And so Valve will be like, actually, we have an official version you can just use. Anyway, we're here. So, okay, kill time warp. I want to check our progress. We've done one orbit and Dress has moved. Let's see how it's moved. Okay, looking good there. Scroll out. Dress should still be behind us. We will look at it and then point down. Stop. I goofed it again. That looks good. Okay, it's about, I'm going to say 31 degrees below. If we go to the phase aligner, and we've got this value we were using already, and we put in 31, but only one orbit, these numbers should be about the same, but they're not. And that's interesting. That implies to me that our orbit is below what it should be. Like, we are not actually on the correct orbital plane with Dress. Like, we're not at the right altitude. Four 639015150 versus 48937449655.34. So I'm gonna make a an adjustment. In fact, I'm gonna double overcorrect. I'm gonna go flat 50 billion as our target. Sorry if you didn't see that, if I forgot to put up the UI. But yeah, I've put in our new values here in only one orbit, and it went from this number to that number, which means we are below what we are expecting. So I'm going to manually bump this to 50 billion. Also, somehow we got to 39999. I think that's simply due to me missing the periapsis slightly. 5686.4. And we go from there. While we're here, go radial in slightly, just because I want to keep this as balanced as possible. Good. Okay. Prepare ourselves retrograde. Because we know once we get to the other side, we're going to want to start to slow down. Where's Dress? There's Dress near the bottom. Okay, moment of truth. Blind shot, vaguely in the direction of Dress in 3, 2, 1, time. Lowering ping is tough, because that's very much a network deal. Yeah, even if you went from like Wi-Fi to Ethernet connection, I feel like that would mostly improve jitter and like packet loss, which in a TCP setting might improve ping, but that's not really how that works. You just need better internet. You can improve your internet on your side, going from like Wi-Fi connection to Ethernet-based connection. You can select better servers to connect to for whatever you're doing on the internet, but that's pretty much it. Because it's not really a problem sourced from your computer, it's a problem sourced from the connection from your computer to wherever you're talking to. Then yeah, there's not much you can do. Contact your internet provider and tell them to lay better cables. Contact whatever server you're trying to connect to and tell them to move it closer to where you live. Alternatively, move. Physically relocate yourself. Other than that, you have to sort of compensate by just having really good bandwidth. The Ethernet will do wonders for that, though. So, yeah. You're already doing the correct things. It might unfortunately be an inevitable consequence of your physical location and quality of internet provider. You might be able to do some A/B testing on this, like temporarily go to Moldova and see if your internet's better or worse there. And then you'll know which direction to travel. Like, oh, it's better here, better keep going east. It's worse, better go the other way. And then add some north-south variation there. I don't know if you can check like Poland. I think that's fine, though. Wait, why are you asking to improve your ping if your ping is 6 milliseconds? That's like a good number. Yeah, that's not great, not terrible. Vega. I don't really obsess over the individual metrics of my ping. But then again, my ping is typically fine. Ooh, you got sniped by ads. I apologize. It's not like you're missing anything. We're just slowly rotating in space. Just dress that up. Dress has fallen below the screen. Mods, give this person ads. Throw an advertisement at them. You know, I wanted to make like pre-baked commercials for stuff in internet television. Unfortunately, that actually violates the Twitch terms of service, so I can't. Yeah, you're not allowed to have pre-recorded advertisements because Twitch already provides pre-recorded advertisements in the ad breaks. So it's considered like a conflict of interests. You're only allowed to do live ads. I agree. It's inconvenient. Starting to get suspicious. Where's stress at? Oh, we're behind dress. Very interesting. Here's a question. Will dress still be below us once we hit periapsis? Will give us a bit of a clue about the eccentricities involved. I don't think that's your internet working successfully there, Tommy. It is above us. But also, it's in front of us. No, it's not above us. It's just in front of us. I definitely overcorrected, but we need more data. I'm going to go to, well, a lot closer to what they were predicting in the data for dress, which was 40.750. Not that much off, actually. Let's go 41. Target velocity is 5429.1. Sorry, we've successfully done an orbit. I need to do my job again. 5429.1. Okay, we are away. I'm gonna guess what happened. You stopped believing. Okay, so the plan is I'm going to go up to 41,000. I'm then going to do an orbit to check how Dress moves to see if we're higher than lower, and we'll start narrowing down its actual orbital period. And then we'll start getting close. There it is, just sitting in the sky. There's some part of me that thinks that this is a overcorrection. But I'll try it anyway. Actually, I could start with this orbit right now. When I get up to Apoapsis, I'll start with this orbit. This'll be our bifurcation. Realized it doesn't have to be circular, it just has to be an orbit. In fact, this might be even better if we're in between the bounds here. I wish I started the test immediately then. Man, it gets hard to find Dress. Okay, we now have a test we're going to run. We're going to lock the position of Dress right now. We're going to do one orbit, and we're going to see if it goes above or below. This is going to take a while, but it's going to be very informative. This will tell us if its actual semi-major is above or below 40.5 billion. Which we do very much want to figure out. Go. We gotta be careful for this, and there's really nothing to do until we do this orbit, so... we chill. Wait, like just now? I am, okay, as somebody who cares about the quality and sanctity of like the gaming industry and also just computers in general, I am very happy that there's this big grandiose push for Linux. I'm happy that Linux is ready to take on the mass defections from Windows. Congratulations to you. I hope you have a good time. I'm surprisingly going to be like the last one to jump over ship here, but okay, yesterday. Gotcha. All right. Spooky stuff, but oh yeah. Yeah, a little concerning. Mildly questionable. Oh, okay. Just a nice temporary Linux for a day. And you're lucky you're getting out of this relatively unscathed. Because I know Makudi went through this recently and lost their Armored Core 6 save. I don't know if it got recovered or something. Yeah, I'm really happy I'm getting a lot of these examples of what not to do early, so that once I port over, it will hopefully be not that big of a deal. "75% of the way through the orbit, though." Okay, yeah, I do think that it would be, like, relatively easy for me, but I don't know. I'm a very paranoid individual. I think I'd mostly be stuck down by fear instead of actual technical capability. And a cakewalk is very much the correct term there, I think. Piece of cake, also a correct term. I'm trying to investigate the origin of the term. Results inconclusive. I'm seeing a lot of references to dance. Hold that thought, though. We are about to reach our target. And dress seems to, assuming I haven't messed up anything, moved up, which would imply a motion backwards, implying we are going faster than it. Okay, that's informative. So now from 4100, which I'll paste over here, thank you very much. Let's go to 405. Split the difference. 5314. Sorry, 5308 for accurate measure. All right, now we do that again. There's dress. Onwards. Okay. I dread what shenanigans we'll have to do to get to Elu based on this. I'm not too worried about Jewel. Jewel is huge. And I don't think all that eccentric of an orbit. Possibly even not eccentric at all. Not that I remember, or ever actually knew. But with Jewel being so far away from the sun, and being so massive, it's gotta be relatively easy to get captured by it. I have to believe. I gotta believe. Meanwhile, I'm going to continue my investigation into the origin of the phrase cakewalk. Okay, I'm getting an understanding here. So, as it appears, the cakewalk was both a dance and also almost like a contest. So, okay, so there was some sort of contest, and the prize was a extravagant cake. So, it being like a dance contest or of a particular dance style, the dance being the cakewalk or prize walk, that's just the name of the move. You did it good, you got the cake. Coincidentally, this is also apparently the source of the phrase takes the cake. Because you take the cake, you win. It's the winner. Now, why the phrase cakewalk changed to mean something that is extremely easy. Oh, okay, I see. The dance itself was apparently, it looked very graceful and elegant, as if done with great skill. So, a cakewalk, therefore, is something that makes it seem like you make it seem easy. It'll be a cakewalk. It'll look easy. It'll look graceful and elegant and simple. I understand. Okay. Language is interesting. It evolves in weird ways. I don't know what levels of English correspond to this. I just know the language English. But yeah. Cakewalk's a real term. Takes the cake is a real term. It apparently come from the same thing. English is weird. It's like every language put together into a weird pile. You take any word in English, you can trace it back to a different language. In the linguistic sense of being American, it's alright. I'm glad I don't have randomly excess U's in certain words. And I think the pronunciation of aluminum is vastly superior to aluminium. So I'm happy about that. Culturally, it's not perfect. It's not for everyone. I'm slowly watching Drez ascend, seeing where it ends up. I don't know why that's like the particular thing I'm very passionate about, is that aluminum is a better way of pronouncing it than non-American English. It's a very specific thing to care about. Yeah, no. Get that second eye out of there. Aluminium. An alumenu. How do you pronounce like all the fancy like Latin origin scientific terms? Like if you're reading out the official species name of a animal of some kind, does that go like wild, or do you just pronounce it the exact same because it's technically Latin? Hold. Stress is lower, which means we're still below it. Interesting. Wait, no. It went lower. So... if it went lower and we're pointing forwards, it went further than us. So we're above it. So it's below 4750. Hold on, let me get you a random species of bird real quick. Random bird generator. Okay. All right, now I'm going to go to the Wikipedia article for this bird. Wow, I accidentally picked an American bird. How about I'm actually not. Hold on. Let's see here. The American widgeon, also known as the Mareca americana, also known as the baldpate, is a species of duck, apparently. There's also the Eurasian widgeon, known as the Mareca penelope, for some reason. I don't know what I want. Actually, no, let's just get like an animal that we can both just sort of generally agree on. I'm gonna go with the tiger. So the tiger, official taxonomical classification is Panthera tigris. Interesting. Okay. So it went... okay. Going back to the dress situation, we went down... I'm pausing the game. We went down, or it went down relative to where we started this orbit. Which means, because we were going forward, it went more forward than us, which means it's lower than us, which means we need to lower our orbit. So, our target semi-major axis is in between 40.5 billion and 40.75 billion. Now, unfortunately, we're currently at the apoapsis and need to get this lower. So let's go to 40.25 then. $5299.9. Also, apparently I had it set to 41060 and 41006. I have changed that. So the actual target is 5305.2. Sorry. Also, why are you panicking? 5305.2. Well, around we go again. Actually, let's do this in a more sane and reasonable way. Let's get dress aligned with something on the ship itself. How about we go right there? No, because the ship's going to rotate. Yeah, let's just put it there. Okay. Prepare another orbit in 3, 2, go. We keep spinning. We keep spinning. This is the kind of tedious work they don't tell you about when they're talking to you about astronomy. Orbit. Actually, what are the odds that they've released the SteamOS like in the past several hours? I haven't checked in a while. Maybe it happened. Who knows? Though I have to imagine they wouldn't have released it until the Steam machine's available, because then people would just make their own Steam machines early. Yeah, I also want to know who that is. Don't just randomly point out viewers. That's mildly impolite and puts them on the spot. Maybe they don't want to interact. Maybe they just want to view and are logged in at the same time. It's not concerning, it's just like impolite. Let people, like, open the conversation if they want to participate. Now, granted, we're very open to having a conversation because I have to sit here in orbit for several minutes every orbit. Imagine if you're sitting in the crowd of, like, a stage performance and suddenly all the spotlights point on you and you're suddenly heavily scrutinized by everyone around you. That's not a comfortable situation to be in. So don't, like, make that happen. Now, granted, if this was somebody you knew already, that would be fine. Like, I would pull that stunt with Pianui, personally. But, like, out of nowhere? No, don't do that. I know we're 3 people, but your incessant attempt to make it 4 is making it less likely to succeed. You got too much of an iron grip on making people participate. You're gonna scare them off. I gotta start paying attention. We're past the halfway point on the orbit. I gotta see where dress goes. But I want to look up the Steam OS as well. Looking at this, I'm beginning to wonder if maybe there isn't going to be a SteamOS 4.0 coinciding with the Steam Machine release. Maybe they just made 3.0 Hollow continually better. But if we're adding the new adaptable features to this Machine's release, I have to assume they would be part of SteamOS in general, which would imply a new version. But maybe it's not a major version. Latest version is apparently like 2 weeks ago. We're approaching the end of the orbit. Let us refocus ourselves on actually doing the orbit type stuff that we are trying to do. You know, I was considering it. I occasionally participate in the advent of code up to like maybe a week in. So I was thinking maybe I could code programming. Also, the results are in. Dress is slightly lower. Again, it's possible that my first attempt was a false start. And that we should go down to 4,500. Let's make this apoapsis real quick, though. So we're at 41 billion. And we want to go to... Well, we did 40.25. Let's go down back to 40 billion. I'm beginning to think that my original attempt was a failure, a fault on my own making. We'll retry it at 40.5. 5297.0. Maybe I accidentally moved the mouse. Okay, we continue. Get dressed in the crosshairs. And orbit. Bit by bit, we continue. Maybe I accidentally measured it after like a half orbit or 1.5 orbits. And that's caused some problem. I don't know. We'll figure it out though. Maybe. I don't know, a lot of the fundamental simple stuff I would probably skip over because I know it very easily. I think the hardest part about programming is entering the mindset, especially when dealing with concepts like time. It gets really confusing. Though I've gotten pretty good at it because I have had to program things that operate over time. Like the lobby bot. But like the fundamentals are pretty straightforward if you just sort of... Like there are ways to comprehend it. And once you comprehend like the fundamental concepts, translating between one programming language and another is really just a matter of grammar. Learn the words that they use for their language and it all just converts. That's fair. Is there anything you're particularly trying to learn or to do with this power of Python? Like, it definitely seems like you want to know it, but is there some sort of grand scheme you have for what to do with it? Because I learned Python to make the Rubicon Fight Club's lobby bot. Very specifically, I wanted to program it in something simple, easy to run. Instead of just a bunch of OBS embedded, like, conditional statements. And I thought C++ was way too low level for something simple like that. That'd be neat. I don't know if Python is the best one for making like a game, but that's only if you're trying to make like a fully complete game sold on Steam or something. If you're just trying to make something, then that's fine. So you are learning it already, so how far into the basics are you? Like, do you know what a variable is? Do you know how to use an if statement? I think I would still recommend Python because Python is great for getting thoughts to action as fast as possible. It's just once you want to like turn it into big grandiose thing that requires good speed and performance and stuff, I would then like take the Python test bed that you've made and then like rewrite it in something more fast, more structured, more exacting demands on what exactly you're doing. I don't know if I'm an unbiased person in this because I'm a big fan of C++, but that's me being hyper biased, and that's probably a terrible language for you to learn early. It goes real into the weeds. But maybe if you like thinking about things in terms of the physical actions that the computer is performing, that might be better. A lot of languages sort of hide that behind a curtain and just gives you like the power of your own thoughts and logic instead of the actual hardware side of things. Makes it slower, but makes it easier to understand. Makes it easier to work with. Okay, we're crossing the dress threshold, and it seems like we are below again. But, like, we're below. Dress has moved up, which means we're slower. I just like it. Just like C++. Maybe it starts swaying back down due to the eccentricity of it. Kinda. Okay. Dress is there now. So this is too low. So we did 40.25, and that was too high. We did 40.0, that's too low. Split the difference. Go to 41.25. $5,301. $5,301.1. Set up dress again. Begin time warp now. Well, I do think you'll need to be making lists and stuff. If you have multiple things in the game world, you're going to have to make sure each and every individual one does its actions. And that'll typically be done by having them all on a big old list that says like, hey, you do your stuff. Next guy, do your thing. Next guy, do your thing. Like, all the fundamentals come together to give you the emergent power to do higher level thought and stuff. So a list will give you the collection of every object in the world. They can then do their logic of interacting with each other. If you're making like a shooter, you gotta have a list of every single bullet in existence. Make sure that you did or did not hit a particular thing. This is just me defending the list as a structural concept. In general, I think the hardest part of making a game is dealing with the intricate web of what has to happen when things interact with other things. Like, if you got a dude in a place with stuff in it, you gotta make sure that you are correctly changing the world based on what the dude interacts with. You're trying to make a survival. How do you survive? I think the hardest thing is probably going to be time, but time is always difficult. Okay, I'm gonna like streamline the notion of a game down to its fundamental essence, all right? Because you got a few particular things. You've got some loop that perpetually happens where, you know, each theoretical loop in the game is the game going into the future. Like the next frame or the next moment in time. The next tick in Minecraft terms. You then have the need to take the inputs from whatever controls the player is using, input them, process them, and learn how to change things. You're gonna need a space. 2D, 3D, doesn't matter. It's gonna be some space that's gonna have like objects in positions in them, possibly with movement. So there's gonna be a little bit of physics in there. Very likely you're going to have stuff colliding with other stuff, so that's going to be collision detection and collision resolution. And things are going to need to change their behavior based on stuff that happens to them, so that's just sort of like internal object logic. And then finally, you're going to have to take all of the stuff on the screen and put it on the screen so that people can see it. That is the core essence of a game, in my opinion, right now, not really thinking about it. Oh, thought of another thing. You're gonna have to have a way to load in the stuff, like objects' textures, their models if it's 3D. Stuff like that. Sounds. Dialogue, text file, I don't know. You're gonna have to load in stuff like that. You're gonna have to put it in a pool of resources. You're gonna have to use those resources appropriately where they're needed. And then if you want to get fancy, you can add in multiplayer stuff later. But multiplayer stuff is really awkward because to be able to make multiplayer, you must invent time travel. In terms of the graphics, if it's a 2D game, you just need a bunch of 2D images. You can make that in whatever art making program you want. Photoshop, Clip Studio, Krita, Microsoft's Paint might not be a good one because I don't think they do transparency. You just make them, you put them in a file, the game will load them because you tell it to. If it's 3D, you're going to need to make 3D models in some 3D model program like Blender. Some people use Maya. And those will come with the actual model and then the texture you can put on that model. But it's going to be the same deal. That's just a file in a folder. The game will load that somewhere. You'll have like a line of code that's like, hey, load this model from this file, put it in storage, and then you can then later put it onto things, objects. Not to say you have to make them, but they have to be made at some point. But functionally, any asset you ever see in a video game, whether it be the rocket standing before you, the graphics of the nav ball below it, the UI elements, the stars in the background, the planets, those are all just some file somewhere made at some point. Very little is created on the fly. Mostly things like lighting conditions. Like, they didn't pre-program the ship to be lit at this angle. It was just lit from this angle because of taking the texture, putting it on the model, doing math based on where it believes the sun is, and going from there. Okay, I can already tell you that dress has ascended vertically. It's higher than it was before. Which implies... Oh, wait, it's going back down. And stop. Okay. Dress is ever slightly higher. This means we are ever slightly faster than it. So what's our average on that? I'm just going to do this like real easy. 41105. Sorry, 41005 plus 40125 divided by 2. Make sure I get the parentheses on that good so it doesn't just divide the second number. That would be a semi-major axis of about 40.565 billion. Maybe, yeah, for getting off the ground, possibly. I tend to not trust things I haven't built myself, so I actually avoid pre-programmed game engines. Like, Excels was programmed in C++ with like OpenGL libraries for graphics, all in C++. There's no pre-made engine, I made it myself. I used some pre-existing libraries for math and graphics, but that's it. And it's like a fully fledged, realized 3D environment. You just don't see the 3D because it's freaking squares. Thinking how to what to say here. So going here, 40565 billion. That number plus the sun's radius equals this. I'm actually quite surprised how close the Polar Bungle survey was to the actual result we have right now. But also, this is slightly below, and we know it's slightly below because we're still moving. Ah, frick, I remember. I don't remember. Was it slightly faster or slightly slower? It's fine. It's fine. We know what to do right now. We need to go to 4565 and adjust. So I'm going to... Let's go to 4565 from here. So 4565 billion. Is 5315.6. Okay, then we wait 1/2 orbit, and we'll be there. I understand that the literal coding part might be painful. It's kind of in the weeds of all the logic and stuff. It gets better with time. Once you learn, you get to understand. You have some desire in your mind, you'd be like, okay, I know exactly how to do this. Right line, right line, right line, right line, it's good. It just becomes an action you have to perform. Like putting an ingredient of a cake you're baking into the bowl. Don't have to worry about the intricacies of like moving hand to pick up container, move over bowl, rotate pour, get correct amount. It's just a lot more automatic. It's just the actions you gotta perform to do it. Speaking of painful, this is taking forever. I've spent, I don't even know how long, like half hour, maybe an hour just spinning, looking for dress. And now the spooky music's back. Starting to get concerned for the jewel mission. It is also clear that . Java, I think, is a good mix of the... Like, it's a good balance between the two extremes of hyper abstract and good and logical. It's good for learning, but it's not very applicable. Java's kind of been abandoned. Oh, hold on, we're about to hit our destination. We're here. Okay, hello and welcome to 4565 billion. I am now going to do the phase alignment here. And hope everything goes well. So we want to go... It's... Dress is in front of us right now, I think. Yes. Go to the locked camera angle. Level to the horizon. That does not exist because we are in space. Click that, zoom in, align it with the cross beam. Tilt downwards until we can see it. Stop. Okay, 26 degrees below. I think I just realized that when I did the original phase alignment, I forgot to account for the sun's radius. That might have caused some problems. Let's take this, go to the phase aligner, put it in here, get this out, paste this in. We have a relative angle of, I'm going to say 26. And it is in front of us, so we want our periapsis to be below us. I'm going to do this in 2 orbits to save on fuel. And this is going to be a target radius. So paste that here. Target velocity is 5219.5. Interesting. I have considered making a game. In fact, Excels was kind of born out of a failed attempt at making a game. I wanted to make a kind of like shmup vertical shooter that instead of shooting bullets, you shot like infrared radiation that would overheat your opponents. And I wanted it to be like based on literally like the radiation cone of heat death. But there were some problems and I stopped working on it. And I instead just used the whole system and the cool shadows it created as just sort of like visual cool screensaver looking stuff. And eventually I recycled the program to make Excels. And that's pretty much all that it's sat with. I'm beginning to fail to be able to speak coherent sentences. Oh, that's okay though. Where's dress? Where's dress? There's dress. Okay, let's see how this goes. Oh, it just became big and complicated. In particular, when trying to do the math on... Okay, so at some point, I swapped the project from 2D to 3D, and trying to do the math of, like, the area of destruction you would apply to a triangle at, like, an arbitrary distance from a singular point was complicated, and I wanted it to impart force. Like, I wanted to, like, radiate force upon it. And it became complicated, and I realized that I cared more about the cool physics of it than the actual game part of the game. And all that I really got out of the project was, let's see if I got this, wrong one. This will adjust. See, what about this one? Yeah. You can kind of see it there. It could do cool stuff, and it got to a point where I was just happy it could do cool stuff. So I just left it. I'm not the best at long-term projects. Eventually, it takes so long that you lose the motivation. It becomes a slog, and it's hard to kick the mental blocks. It's not like it was bad, it just stopped. It's more my fault than anything. Stress is very above us. Though I guess that makes sense considering we've lowered our orbit severely. But I'm looking at this and I'm worried we've overcorrected. Wait, no, we're facing retrograde, so if that's in front of us, okay, we're still fine. Phew, okay. We're good, we're good. Wait, what camera mode am I on? Oh, I was on free mode. That's correct. That's the one I wanted. I'm feeling pretty confident that I will get to dress eventually, but it will take a long time. It will take a very long time. I mean, it's already taken a long time, so maybe we're like halfway there. And having a nice, better lockdown on the semi-major axis is good. It means we can skip that step in the future. Are we in the circle? I think we might be in the circle. I know Dress's eccentricity is huge. I think we're in the circle. Okay, if we're in the circle, we need to be very careful here. We can't trust that angle. It's... I'll check what it is, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter anymore because we're in the circle. If it increased... Oh yeah, it increased. We are totally in the circle. Okay. The best thing we can do right now is try and inch our way. Yeah, in general, in the chat, or oh, in the program. Okay. Okay, I see what you're doing. You want a lowercase b. Capital B makes it dark gray. Okay. Think this through. Circularize slightly below. So remove this. Let's go to 4500. 5356.4. There you go. Okay, next thing I'm going to do is solve the eccentricity problem. We want free cam. We want to go just anti-normal to start. That's appropriate given the position of dress right now. We're going to wait till it hits the galaxy line, and then we're going to start burning. All the good art comes from limitations, in my opinion. Physically, yes. Immediately, no. Legally, I don't want to. Mess with the structure of everything. Okay. I don't know what kind of distances we're dealing with here in terms of inclination. I'm gonna burn for 20 seconds. Okay, how'd that do? Not enough, but it was good. Let's go for another 20. This will be much easier than Moho. I know that much. Okay. Little more. Maybe like 10. More. Another 10 from here. Okay, that's looking pretty good from a distance. Leave it at that. We wait to see what dress does right now. Maybe we get lucky here and we're on one particular edge of the circle. Real real glad I brought the magnetometer boom. That is definitely circle behavior. If you're wondering why I rotated the ship, it's because I'm pretty sure our inclination is still pretty bad. Just seeing how far off it is from like, due central. I'm going to try and correct it again once Dress gets into the orbital plane again. There. Okay, I'm not going to do a hash measure here. This one's going for a full minute. Okay, I'll go for 30 seconds. Move the other way now. Well, I'm glad I stopped at 30 seconds. I think I would have almost overcorrected. It's at least an improvement by a great degree. Yeah, I think I overcorrected. Huh. can't tell how long this is going to take. The fact that we're seeing moments of Driss moving very fast relative to us is good. But it's still several minutes to do one orbit. I'm looking at it now. I think I get what you were going for. You may want to investigate using the letter C for the upper section. I think it might help. I assume it's trying to be me. Yeah. Another option is maybe like making it be like making it horizontally. I think I've done that before. I'm starting to think that once we get, like, even remotely close to dress, I just drop everything and start going for, like, ballistic trajectory straight ahead. Just full thrust. Which would not be ballistic at all, but you get the idea. Stop playing this, like, Kerbal Space Program and start playing this, like, Outer Wilds. Kind of the ghillie strategy. Alright, I'm officially declaring it is go time. I'm about to do some very ill-advised maneuvers. Where's dress? I lost. There it is. I see it. Okay, make sure the alignment's good. Stop moving. Good here, good here. Okay. Time to do some ill-advised maneuvers. I'm gonna go up to... Alright, I'm gonna burn until we have 2,500 fuel remaining. 2,600. Okay. So I'm pretty confident this will be enough throttle to have us objectively be going towards the planet. With this, all we have to do now is make sure that our trajectory aligns well with what we're trying to do. Okay. Now we just need to time warp occasionally and adjust. Feel like it's going out that way. So we turn ourselves that way. Yeah. A little more thrust. More. More. It's because the color palette was selected from an existing color palette made for computer graphic rendering. I don't remember which one, but it's like a pre-Windows XP 16 color palette. I didn't pick the colors were picked for me by that palette. I just labeled them with letters. I mean, like, technically. Hold on, I'm trying to do this whole drift thing. It's kind of a big deal. I mean, the only reason you want that is because you want to draw me in this exact instance. Like, I can't... The color palette is going to be restricted because it's got to be something you can write down easily with, like, letters. I mean, I guess lowercase y isn't really the best one out there. This isn't gonna work. What I'm doing right now is not gonna work. This is me floundering in a situation where I've already failed. And I'm a little sad about that, but oh well. Man. Yeah, this is a complete failure. I'm looking at my altitude and it's like below. It's above things. So we're like objectively flying away from dress right now. I'm gonna just like floor it radial in and hope something good happens. Like, we desperately need to catch up to dress. To do that, we need to sort of cut under it and just hope our aim is true. Overshot it, but this might be what we need. I think the best place to pull this stunt would be when dress is directly, like, we're eclipsing dress in the sun. Right here. This is a really weird way of going about it. Actually, we should be ascending right now, shouldn't we? Sayonara, rest of the ship. Okay. We want to be heading to Duna, or Dress, no matter what. If we, like, hilariously fly past it at supersonic speeds, that's fine. As long as we can hit it once. We're so doomed. We're so doomed. Why do we have no probe control? Why do we have no probe control? We're not particularly far away from anything. It's coming back. This is our app. We failed. We failed. This whole thing is a complete failure. We've accomplished nothing. Okay, that's not true. We've accomplished refining the orbital parameters a bit, but the eccentricity for Dress is so high and the inclination for Moho is so high that these have both caused great harm to ourselves. We've lost. Also, why can't I go back to the Space Center? There we go. I got impatient and I threw it all away. Congratulations to a pretty big failure of a mission today. I think I have strategies I could put in place to make it better in the future, but for the most part, this was just a bad stream and mission. And stream and missions. We've accomplished virtually nothing. We've refined our parameters for Moho and Dress a little bit, but it's not really that good. Though it has confirmed the general soundness of the polar bunger's measurements. They were pretty good for how sloppily we acquired them. Only off by, you know, like 1% or 2 for Moho and Dress. Still, not ideal. And it would take several hours additional to this to do anything else. So I think I'm just gonna stop here. What do I have to show for this? All that we've done today? Slightly better numbers and 2 small satellites in the middle of nowhere. Though they might serve good purpose as a relay station. It's something to get the radar signal a bit further out into space. The one near Moho might be less helpful. Might standardize some things if it's just sitting there close to the sun. Meanwhile, the second dragster is just going to be higher orbit than anything else, but not very powerful. It was a bad mission. It was a bad flight. Oh, to answer the question, I don't know how long ago you wrote that. I haven't decided yet. I need to investigate what it's about, how it be. Though, if I'm going to be honest in this moment, probably not. I'm kind of in a committed Greg relationship. But I hate ruling things out. I kind of have the Valve problem, where, like, they don't cancel anything, but, like, nothing happens. But also, I'm gonna be gone. I'm already gone. So asking me these questions right now is not very... The answers you're gonna get are not very good. They're not very helpful. I'm sorry. We're in a period of time where things don't really happen. Let's just all sort of pretend this stream didn't happen for the most part. This wasn't a real stream. You imagined it. It was a hallucination. I've been gone for so long, you started imagining my own streams in my absence. Ask again later. I'm Exception. This is In TV. Have a good day and good night.